Alright, hey, oh, I am a fool. I am a damn fool. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I keep forgetting to do this. Eventually it'll be muscle memory. But for now, I'm gonna be forgetting how to do this. Alright, testing, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Sorry, subtitles are on now. Closed captioning is available. That's my bad. Howdy's a howdy. So I want to say something before we all start. A, we got some thanks to give. But B, you appreciate the Glowy Hole Club comics? They're funny. They're funny as fuck. I have done some fixing to my mic settings. I am going to be quieter. Not because I'm shutting up. Haha, no way, you can't fucking make me. But I can now get very loud, and I no longer peak. So, ha! I still get in the red sometimes if I hit a really big spike, if I get really loud. But now, my louds are no longer that loud. I just made 3,500 gil. But yeah, I can shout, I can scream, you hear no clipping. It still hits the red when I get really loud, but like, and by really loud, I mean like that loud. I was on purpose, like, looking at the meter and getting loud for that one sentence. Things should sound nicer, but I might have to balance some audio. I don't know how loud I'm gonna be versus how loud any given game is gonna be. And I'm gonna apologize for that. There's gonna be growing pains. Y'all know how it is. When I get new hardware or software, I'll probably need to fiddle with things. The music is overpowering me. Oh shit. Hold on. The real question is, do I need to get louder, or does the music need to get quieter? A little bit? A little bit? Okay, okay. Hold on. VLC? VLC is barely on. Am I quieter? Am I louder? Is that good? Is that good? I'm also gonna open my mixer software a little bit. Because I can also make myself... That's a good balance? That's a good balance, apparently. I'm gonna make myself a little louder by, like, literally 2 notches. Like, from an 83 to an 85. Is that an appreciable difference? Because I heard a clip of myself because, like, believe it or not, I do check the out-of-context account, because, like, I don't control what goes on there. And frankly, I don't care what goes on there. But, like, let me put it this way, like, I'll review my own clips. And I heard one where I was just, like, doing a regular speaking voice, and I hated it. It annoyed the piss out of me. And no one ever said anything. So I just assumed things were fine. And I'm like, oh, I am crackling. I am crackling. I am clipping. I hate that. And now I think I can be my loud ass self. I also have my mic situated a little differently, but it's mostly like angle. Speaking of which, it actually needs to be more like this. We'll figure it out. There's always gonna be some growing pains with new software. Y'all know how it is. Anyway, how about we get into this shit? I am not AFK. Good, good. We're definitely gonna have to adjust the balance of FF14 though, because this game gets loud. Open volume mixer. Where's Final Fantasy 4? Alright, so is that... How does that sound right now? This is... How does this sound? Audio is a pain, take it from you. Someone who, for fun, does shit in FL Studio. Yup. Getting a good balance is really hard, especially when, for mental health reasons, you can't really check your voice while you're doing it. Otherwise, it will throw you off bad and maybe put you in a bad mood. Might want to try to lower the game again a little. Okay. System configuration, sound settings, master volume to that. How does that sound comparatively? How does that... I'm gonna keep talking at my normal speaking voice so that y'all know how I sound. That's better? Okay, game does get louder, but like if baseline background music... Okay, sounds about right. That's good. Let's just get into this shit. Ooh, Crystarium weapon coffer. Okay. Roxy! God, it's good to see you. I hope you being here means you had your fill of rest. Not so much as 40 winks, truth be told. You're too selfless, that's your problem. But you'll be no good to anyone if you don't take a break every once in a while. Anyway. They just showed a new Diablo 4 gameplay. I sleep. You could not pay me to watch a trailer for a new Diablo game. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Aeosian Alliance throughout, though. They say the fighting has finally stopped in the Gimlet Dark, and that the Emperor has shown no signs of movement. I don't know. Again, you can't pay me to interact with the Blizzard game at the moment. Oh, fuck. It just occurred to me. I said I'd have to give thanks, and I never did. Thank you to Captain Nova VT and Spike Spigot 101 for the follows. Welcome to the cabaret. Hope you enjoy your stay. We are now 25 people to our next milestone. I can't believe it. Which means we might actually be able to set up a movement for ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me about your time in the First? Yeah, no problem. Great! Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened in Philia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. We'll meet you in the terrace at the House of Splendors. Alright. Should be up. Oh, that's right outside. Calzone should be an in-game recipe. We already have a pizza. I forgot we had a pizza. God, I had a fucking calzone last night. Goddamn. Like that? You don't realize that you want a calzone until you've got a fucking calzone in your hands, let me tell yous. There's the pizza emoticon that you have no reasonable way of obtaining. I had like 3 friends that was like, hey, I know you eat food. I know you eat food. I know that you go out to eat a lot and like, or order delivery a lot. Can you just use this promo code, and give me the code that comes with it? And no one ever bought a pizza, and I was kind of sad. You're making one, you also made one last night? Ooh. Oh, Flamine's looking. Roxy, my, it's been so long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot express how much I have longed to know more of the first. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. Drink the water? Oh yeah, Flamine's always been pretty, but like... that dress is doing a lot. And so Minfilia chose to pass her gifts on to the next oracle, the girl whose Thancred named Rain. To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Roxy, I'd ask a favor of you when you next return to the First, to tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. God, that facial expression, that was less of a, oh no, and more of a, And I would offer thanks to you as well, for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Oh, you son of a bitch, welcome back. Sit down, sit down. Real, I hope you're here to tell me you've received news from our helper. I wish. Nay, I've not heard a peep out of him. And it's been a good long while, too. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm gonna sneak over the borders and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. I don't know what dress she's wearing, but apparently she's a seeker who uses a keeper model. Ooh. 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 But what if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now that the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling my thumbs. Any road? I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be... Nearly forgot. Creel's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients? She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. We best head back then. I'm sure it's important. Tataru's so goddamn cute. She's a little fucker too. Love her. Love her to pieces. Anyways. Yeah, I would love to... Actually, hey, you know how you could tell what dress she's wearing? Gamerscape probably has one. Or probably has, like, her exact outfit, front to, or top to bottom. That's how I figured out, that's how I figured out when I was doing my Minfilia retainer. The exact proportions, like, which eye shape does she use? The answer is, it's a custom one, only she has it. Or, like, appearances special. Fuck. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I hope it's nothing bad. Oh boy, I don't remember what Kryl sounds like. I don't want to just have the female Lalafell voice. She's low height, exactly 60.1 inches tall, but slider scales 0. Man, outfits be giving people a lot of titty.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health.
They'll be fine.
For the present, at least.
I want to make a Creel model really bad. I can't.
No. Is something wrong
but,
with them?
You know, I'd love to.
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examination suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, My fears were confirmed.
Well, like, Thancred's corporeal aether might be because of all the charges he used.
Tellingly,
Lymphilia,
the
voice
degree
of Mother
instability
outfit, is
varies
notorious
between
for
them.
ignoring your bust size and giving good. It's like
Thancred
how
exhibits the most notable
it's
signs,
like how everyone has
followed
the
by
same
Y'shtola
type of
and Urianger.
or has the
The
same
twins, Ethan,
ass
meanwhile, remain
size.
relatively stable, but there is a change
But
there
like
too
the
if one
2B
knows to
leggings
look for it.
gives you like thigh squish and like 2B's ass just colored to your skin tone.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed.
That is.
Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time.
2B
Though I
leggings
can
and
but
also
speculate,
Vera
I fear
do
this
just
may be
default have a
symptom of
massive
weakening link
ass.
between body and soul.
Is that only female Viera though?
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully,
You haven't checked
the
male Viera?
instability is still only slight.
I'd love to check
And
a
you may
male
rest
Viera.
assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
No problem. Leave it to me. Might as well. If anyone's gonna do it.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
I'm known for doing an impossible thing or two, though.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct?
Yes. Said you missed the finale of the X-Pack? It's archived.
Raha always was a reckless
It's
young fool,
archived.
ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along.
It's surprisingly consistent that souls without bodies would eventually take a nap in a meat suit for a while. Yeah.
His plan might well have worked, but I, for one, am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer.
Mm-hmm.
There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation.
Pray return just... that specific phrasing just gives me a reflex. Just like, oh, it's been a while since I heard that.
Meanwhile, we'll do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind...
It's like that fine,
we
the
will
guy
have good
touching
news
another
to share
person's
upon
hand
your
on the
return.
train. It's like, fight or flight reaction activated. Well, like, isn't there a fucking fate called Pray Destroy the Waking Sands? And it's like, yeah, in Amarang, thank you. I knew that was a thing, and I was gonna be, and yeah, wasn't it added in Shadowbringers? Wait. I bet I could do that. But how long were you standing there in silence? Don't you know it's rude to... Wait, aren't you that mortal bonded with Feowul? Well now, isn't that a pleasant surprise? I've a proposal I was meaning to put to you as it happens. Interested? So these Skywatchers you see all over, they're good at what they do, but even they can't tell you if it's raining or weather or whatever back on the source, no? With my help, they could. Aye. I could cross the rift, see that the weather's like what the weather's like for myself, come back, share my knowledge with these mortals by whispering to them like in their dreams. I could do the same for the Skywatchers on the other side, too. Everyone would have all the answers, and they wouldn't even know what got to them. Wouldn't that be grand? Your silence is all the approval I need, friend. Off I go! Due to Lord Feo meddling in the dreams of Skywatchers in the Source and the First, Skywatchers may now provide forecasts for every region regardless of location. That wasn't even a quest. Still hyped about some of the announcements from today's Game Fest thing. Is it kind of fucked up that the most excited I was when they like actually had a trailer for fucking Fallout 76's next expansion? And I didn't care about much else. Okay, you know what? That's me being a little facetious. I think that's the right word. Because I do care about Silksong. But, like, I don't care about Silksong like other people care about Silksong. I just want it out eventually. I also haven't been following Game Fest, but, like, other people have, and my timeline is all Game Fest. Ah, Roxy, you are returned. I hope your time in the Source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. Persona 3 Portable coming— What?! Excuse me? Ayo? Hold on. Hold on. Hold up. I might be upset that it's portable. But Persona 3 at all on PC is what matters. 3, 4, and 5? You're kidding. 5 too. I wonder if the Atlas Stegosaurus is going to be a thing by the time those come out. To be real, of course it will. I keep forgetting that I have the ambient lighting showing up, so like when I'm in the ocular, I actually do glow a bit blue. I like that. That corporeal aether shows signs of instability. By the gods. Possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear that you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy that we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. She's blue, dabba-dee-dabba-die. Yeah. I mean, like, I was super impressed when I was playing Metro Exodus and I flicked the lighter out and I started, like, glowing a pulsating orange. Or a pulsing orange. Pulsating implies depth change. That's still impressive to me. Apparently, I haven't actually noticed it taking up more resources. Like, VTuber Plus said it would, but like, it doesn't take up that much.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion.
That's true.
Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Also, Hideo Kojima is going to do stuff for Microsoft. Kojima, to my knowledge, the only thing he's got down the pipe is Death Stranding 2 and an unannounced horror game. But we know it's a horror game, and that's all. No, it's not Silent Hills.
I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
God, I fucking love my Reaper Glam. Again, a sequel? So, like, that was never officially announced, but,
I suppose it was only to be expected that
but Norman Reedus was like, yeah, I've been working on a Death Stranding sequel with Kojima. And Kojima was like, wait, what the fuck? You weren't supposed to say that, but like he wasn't angry. It was just like a what the fuck? You'll make your own Silent Hills with Norman Reedus and Microsoft. God damn it.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least.
I don't mind Microsoft. with their current
How long they will remain
doings.
so is another question.
Because like
Crane
they
is
aren't
right.
going to be buying up
It
studios
is
and making it
imperative
so
we
that they
find a
never
way
come to
return to
PC.
the source.
I'm also really glad that
Perhaps an explanation.
I'm
of the
really
method
glad
by which
that,
I brought you here will yield some inspiration.
Nintendo hasn't really participated in the buyout wars.
Ere I begin,
Scorn
it must
trailer
be noted
release date,
that I am
October
by no
21st. I
means
saw
a gifted
that.
mage. In order to employ powerful
Scorn
magics,
has my
I must
interest,
rely
but,
upon the
like,
Crystal Tower and
eh.
its boundless reservoirs of energy. The
You know
magic
how I
that
mean?
summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy,
Like, I'll get to
works
it if
by
I get
cutting
to
a
it, you
hole
know?
in the fabric of reality. A hole
Nintendo's too
tailored
busy
to the
firing
object
out
of
takedowns
summoning,
on
through
YouTube
which
to think
it
about
and
buying
it
anyone.
alone
That's
may
fine.
pass unscathed.
That also means games can slip through the cracks like Deadly Premonition 2 on Steam right now for about $30 US. Buy it. Buy it. It's a really bare bones port. You need a controller. But it's not a bad port.
Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell
Scorn does look
close to you.
It does look good,
Ended up
though.
summoning them in their incomplete state.
Very Geiger-esque. I also just kind of...
I would not soon throw my life away. Not after the lengths you and yours went to save it.
I also may or may not have decided, like... I was just gonna assume that game never comes out. Because it's been, like, what, 6
And
years
long
or
as I
so?
breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
What are you implying? 'Cause don't.
What was that for?
Oh, I'm sorry for peeking the mic.
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
I didn't expect
Your
a
followers
forehead
await
flick.
your divine judgment.
What did you just...
That was one instance where it did peek. It took me really off guard.
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion?
No, I saw that, like, because when I get into the red on the voice mixer, it's in the red, but, like, that's not a problem. When the bar is full red, that's when something happens. That's when I know it peaks. Y'shtola continues to be extra sassy. Yeah. She's like, let me put it this way. Like, a lot of people characterize Y'shtola as, like, the mommy dom character. No. She's the sassy tease. She just so happens to be older
Rather than
and
dwelling
made
upon the multiple
one
failed
joke.
attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success.
She's fixated on her grind set, you know?
I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides.
Yup.
This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting
She's allowed to
that
enjoy
simply by
things, but she
considering
has
us
better
her
things to do
possessions,
generally?
she could carry
Yeah.
ourselves back to the source upon her person?
I joke about the grind set thing, but, like, tell me I'm wrong.
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left
Okay.
floating in the rift.
So let me put it this way. Like, if I say... I'm gonna say a potentially controversial statement. Y'all agree that there is a difference between being motherly and being a mommy, right? Right? Like, it's a similar... There's a Venn diagram there. But, like... there's a difference between, like, Y'shtola is tops motherly.
Milady
And we'll
has the
use
right
it
of
for jokes.
The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend.
But, like, the closest this game has to a mommy dom is either, like, Sadu or you could argue Yatsuyu.
Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our
And even
safe
then,
passage could be assured.
Suya is more of a steppy mom.
White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need
How much white
only to
Auracite you
ensure
got, though,
our
is the
soul's
question.
safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Like Urian Che seems to know where to get it.
I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us.
No, not stepmom. That's not what I meant.
On the far shore of the sword, there stands a great
God
palace
damn it.
built by the elves.
That's my fault. You think he makes it somehow? I thought that white Auracite was, like, from the earth for some reason, but it might be an alloy.
It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after.
What if the empty is just...
Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once
Yeah,
occupied
fuck
a
it.
place of
What
honor
if
and
the
Volvert's royal
empty
court,
is just
and
a
it
bunch
is
of
said
white
that
Auracite?
none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to
Auracite
such
always
lengths
throws
to
you
hide
through a loop
themselves
because
away
you always
from the
think of
world, what makes you
FFT.
think they'd be willing to lend us one?
Speaking of which, FFT.
A worthy question.
I've looked
Years
into
ago,
it.
I myself tried.
I know how I'm gonna play it
to
on the channel
solicit
if I
their
play it.
cooperation in the
I'll have to
battle
ask
against
some
the
questions to
Sinites.
people that know, though. But I don't think
No
it should be
sooner
harder
had I
than looking
begun
on the
to make
wiki.
my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike
White
me,
Auracite
however,
sand. We gotta
you
glass the
have curried
empty.
favor with the faithful.
Huh.
By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm friends with their king.
They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return,
Wait, hold
home,
on.
we have to try.
When he says faithful, he means Faye, Numo, and Amuro, right? Like, all three? And Titania is the king of all three of them, right? Okay, yes. Oysters on the half shell. You think so? I think so, too. There are things that I can probably ask Moose. I like the Demon Slicer, but, like, I don't have much use for it outside of, like, give me an item comparison. Yeah, it's worse in every way. It's worse in absolutely every way. And it doesn't look as cool as my current scythe. The Pixie and the Foth might be separate subcategories. I kind of forgot that the Foth existed. That might be a problem. Augmented Crystarium or Scythe. Try it on. How's it look? That looks sick as fuck. How's that unsheath? How's that look? I like that a little less now. How well does it die is the question. Like if I put it gold. Compared to see, like, this would work, but I'd actually think metallic red would be the better fit. Or if not metallic red, ruby red. That'd be the way to go. We're gonna be on a quest for ruby red dye. Do they sell that over at the Diadem, I think? Or at the Foundation? Oh, shit. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journey thither, I think it best I devote mine energies to the creation of light aurosite, by thy leave, of course. The process requires no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we'll have need for a suitable vessel ere long. Alright, so it's something he can make. Ruby's one of the newer ones, so it'll be pricier, that's fine. Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Selin, and do be prepared for a warm reception. Don't forget you can buy up Crypt Lurker gear at Yulmore. Noted. Pray join the others in Sullen. I shall turn my thoughts to Aurosite and apprise Thancred and Reen of our progress. Yeah, Yulmore. Yeah, that's not an expensive travel. That Soulsborne and I-530? I might have to grind it, though. Or I might have to grind for... Because it's Tombstone gear, right? Gear exchange, I think? Crypt Lurker. Wait, Rain exchange? The hell are these? Poetics. Okay. Southern Edge. Oh, give me a second. Because if they have a scythe, which they don't. I just gotta see. Okay, so this is where they're selling, like, accessories. Or, of course. What I mean is, like, okay, so this is where they're selling, like, the green gear that one grinds for in theory. Alright. That vendor is for augmenting crafted gear. Okay, fair enough. Southern Edge? Hold on. Resplendent Tool is not what I... Yeah, that's Boutique of Splendors. Oh, right, there are more vendors this way. I'm not used to Yulmore's Tombstone Exchange. Gemstone Trader. How many gemstones do I got? Oh, god damn it. Southwest. I mean, like, Tombstone Exchange sounds like what I need. Disciple of War. And I can afford a couple. Yeah, item level 500. Oh, damn it. Am I literally only... Okay, wait, no. I was gonna say, wait, was I... Yeah, I'm only missing pants now. That's fine. Then Glamour Palette, Glamour Plate 14, and 471 ain't bad. Crystarium is lower than Crypt Lurkers. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. You're all correct. I mean, the good news is this is still an improvement. It's still an improvement over what I had. It'll help for now. Yeah, it's still higher level equipment than what I had. But yes, I did want Crypt Lurker gear, and that's a bimbo. That's a bimbo mistake. Bimbing royally. Oh, right, there's a triple triad. Still higher ILV than what I had. Yes, and that's really what matters. It wasn't a waste of money. It was, but like, you know. This does make me want to sort my shit, though. Yeah, like, that's level 80 Reaper shit. And I can't do anything about that. And I don't like it cosmetically. Yeah, I don't like a lot of these cosmetically. And I'll pass through here. Because, like, if we can... Still gotta do daily roulettes to earn some tombstones. That's other players. Like, no thank you. I mean, jokes aside, I could... I mean, like, would y'all watch me do grinding? Like, actual grinding and not just, like, as, like, a side thing? Presumably I'll get some in the upcoming dungeon. Fair enough. Or I can do Beast Tribe quests. I could do Beast Tribe. That's true. It's a big old lizard. Do I have anything that's... I've actually been in the background, like, I said I would be grinding, like, my other, like, combat jobs, and on my day off. Guess who just kind of went nose to the grindstone on Diadem? Me. I really like... Is it Diadem or Diadem? I have no way of knowing. I don't think anyone says it in-game. You'll post a clip or a picture of Crypt Lurker maiming gear. I mean, I could. The thing is, like, I think my glam is relatively perfect for what I want. The Scion Adventurer coat, it's a little normie-y, but it's not that bad. People don't usually dye it either. People don't dye a shinier shade of black. As I told you before, I can scarcely set foot. Hold on. Okay, I'm still a little louder, I think. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars. I expect our reception today to be of no difference, which is why I propose we march right through the main gate, weapons drawn. Relatively perfect for what you want, like this fucking calzone. Oh yeah. I'm sorry, but are we not going there to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in and looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the expert might have the right about it. They've no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. Were I them, I would be most interested to meet the people who could overcome my defenses. As with any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor thus why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. It's a good track. It's a great track. But that set looks nice. I'm looking at it. Weapons drawn it is then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all this. Yo, hold on. Hold on, everyone. Ark Survival Evolved is free on Steam. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoyed the thought of fight alongside you all rather than pacing inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Roxy's around. Sumima-sen? Yeah, apparently it's free. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. 'Tis only natural that we would be pleased to see her. Yes, yes, you have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we finish here. Of course. Well, let us proceed to the palace. Yeah, give me 2 seconds on that then. I'm gonna redeem free shit. Give me 2 seconds, cause I'll forget. Yep. And that's like deep discount. Noted. I've actually always wanted to play it on Steam. I tried to play it on console and hated the console keybinds. That's an excuse to play. It's like 100 gigs though, I think. Anyways. Also, the Grand Cosmos can be done with trust. It can be, because it is a dungeon. And we will. Again, keep forgetting that Y'shtola is considered a sorceress / black mage and not a healer. I keep thinking she is. She gives off the energy. Anyway, free game redeemed. And if one of my mods is in chat right now, I think y'all can... Oh, I can do that through my phone. Oh. There we go. Across the lake, notice the source lies the resplendent palace, one of Novrand's first people, the elves. Yeah. This dungeon has really good music already. Can I just see what... No, I can't. Yo! Already we've got cool shit?
Are you hurt?
Hey everyone, take some free DPS on me. Alright. God, I love Reaper. I love how Reaper feels because of how many AoEs you actually get. And like, because of that, you get that sound of like, here's a shit zillion heal procs. It's simply criminal that we can't wear these suits of armor as far as you know. I mean, it's only a matter of time. Eventually they will run out of cool shit for us to wear. And be like, what about this cool armor set? Yeah, that was cool as fuck. We're already doing some really, really, really unique shit for FF14. It's not been since like Hawkman or Hard have I seen statues coming to life. These statues seem like... Oh, right! No, not that you were saying the vault, but the vault also did have statues coming to life. So yeah, it's been since Heaven's Word. Big one anyway? Oh, big one looks like a Dullahan. From, was it Totorak that had a big old armor boy? God, this is... It's so different. Like, it's got a lot of qualities of the vault, but we haven't seen... What? AO? Your retainer brought back one of these little guys? What? How does he find one? Retainers are resourceful in ways that I will never understand.
You underestimate
Were they
me.
trying to curse you? I mean, like, a curse has never truly worked on the Warrior of Light. I'm just saying. Okay, so this is like a gameplay thing, and I don't know if it's actually, like, true to how the game should be played. DPS jobs that have AoEs, in situations like that, I should be prioritizing doing as much damage to the whole crowd, right? Because that's just an instinct of mine. I don't know if that's actually true. Yes. Okay, so I am playing right. I'm just not playing dealing as much damage to any one single target. Generally, if it's 3 or more, you'll do an AoE. Ah, okay. I mean, I could really work on my, I could really work on my actual speed getting moves out, but that's a brain thing. One or two, focus on one. 3 or more, AoE. That's a good rule of thumb. Because, like, I understand that, like, you can... A player can coast for a while. Not playing the best. But, like, that's fine at the end of the day. Alright, everyone, take a DPS boost. And Reaper should be prioritizing, like, filling meter as fast as possible, or at least that's what I understand. And then do their special moves as much as possible. Tanks can go for quite a while without learning how to swap. You didn't learn until E10. Huh. I don't understand what this fight's trying to do. Oh! I understand what a stack marker looks like, though. I mean... Okay. Mitigation, healing. The brooms always get you. Yeah, that was a lot of them, and I don't actually know how to avoid them. If I'm even supposed to. Fuck, that was an AoE. I mean, like, when I'm tanking, I swap to... I just target whatever I first tab to, and then if what I first tab to isn't what everyone's fighting, I'll tab to what I see everyone's fighting. You getting this dungeon roulettes and getting the shit kicked out of you by a broom. You beat EAS on content and you still can't? Ugh. Alright. Yeah, like, ultimately, I worry about, like, one of these days just really, really fucking up content for someone. And that's because I main tank. That's because I main multiple tanks. Like, I feel like I am responsible for making sure people's content is, like, enjoyable. Oh, shit! First learned how to tank swap on E9S. It's not something you learn outside of endgame. Oh, you mean tank swapping. I don't understand it. I don't understand when you're supposed to. Just straight up. I feel like there's some endgame content guides that'll be able to tell me, though. I don't know, most of the time when I'm playing, people aren't like, switch! Generally, it's during cast timer or a buster. Okay, so when main tank is getting their shit kicked in because they're main tank and gathering all the enmity, off tank interjects, or provokes, more... provoke, I believe, is the move, not interject. I think interject is the cancel. To then eat the buster. But for those things, they have stacks. Okay, we fucked up on Secret Solitude, but that's not the biggest deal. I love how this fucking song feels. It feels like some shit that plays when you're watching an anime. And, like, the heroes gotta give their all. And by their all, it's not like exam their all, but like, no, their all. Because if they don't, they're fucked. Damn it. Oh god, brooms to home stacks? Fuck me running. Depends on the fight. Sometimes the Buster will be doubled up and kill a tank unless they have invuln. Sometimes Busters will just require you to pop cooldowns. That's fair. Alright. And I guess in a fight like this, I should just be throwing out, like, mitigation debuffs whenever I have the opportunity to the actual big bad. It really does help. It really does help me, like, internalize how the game works. So, like, the way I made the game work for me, because, like, everyone's got their own binds, and I do suggest mine. I basically keep my shit, I keep my basic rotation to 1, 2, 3, 4, so that I can just brain dead myself through whatever content I'm doing. Look at you, Demigod Double. What? Oh, you're talking about content. Alright. Everyone make the most of it. drink the water, I will do that either when I die or when this combat ends, because I don't want to take my hand off my mouse. Oh, fucking running. Okay. What the fuck? Demigod doubles just to bust through to a specific phase of a specific fight. It sounds hellish. Hey! We'll do that posture check now. God damn. That felt good. That felt good to actually get through. And we'll take a sipping. Damn good sipping. I wear maiming. I wear maiming. Ah, it's not as good as my maiming. Just smacks both tanks around a bit. Oh, God. Oh my God. Please tell me I can go through this place in Explorer mode. What? Bell Porksies? Where are they? Okay. All dungeons from Heavensward onwards are enabled for Explorer mode? Oh, fuck yeah. I hope they go back and make it so that our Realm Reborn content is the same. Because I want to do photo shots in Hawk Manor hard. I know people do it, but that also means that they have to clear parts of the dungeon and hope that the wandering enemies aren't like, hey, who smokes weed in this thread? They might, since Heavensward was them going back. That's fair. And, like, they made it so that... And it's not like Explorer mode needs to be added to the Realm Reborn dungeons. Like, I would rather Trusts be added to Stormblood and Heavensward before that. Because, like, imagine fighting alongside Hoshfang. Ow, fuck. Imagine it, though. Resident Evil Walker Dungeon you'd love to take screens in, but it changes after you beat it. Oh, that sucks! Oh, that sucks so fucking hard. I feel very bad. We should actually move to that Cosmos Echo. There we go. I really, really love Hell's Ingress and Hell's Egress. They feel really good to pull off. Let me guess. Enemy. Yep. It'd be fucked up if there was just those plants, but they stayed fine. Like, they weren't actually enemies. It's just like, no, these are just plants this time. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck it. No, there's because like there is one early bit of content, and I think it's Bismarck, that's supposed to teach the player how to do tank swapping. Whoop, wrong move. Oh well. Have I done Academia and Eater? I don't think I have. That doesn't ring a bell. Okay, sorry. This is all absolutely content I can do later, right? It's a side dungeon you unlock in Amarat. Then no. I beeline MSQ on stream because I know that if I don't, we'll be here all day. Now, if y'all want to get on Primal and help me just run through dungeons, I would not be opposed. Get one of them good old link shells together to be like, alright, time to do content. M14 Jazz has an aquatic section, a botany section, and a weird shit section. Now I want to. Why did I do that? Force a habit, one supposes. There's another side dungeon in the Crystarium, you think, but you shouldn't do it until I finish the Alexander raids. I haven't done Alexander at all. I've actually been waiting to do it. I don't know why. I've been told that people can now just do it in their sleep. So that's comforting. Because, like, it's technically difficult content, but, like, it's not difficult content anymore. Recommend doing Omega? I have started Omega, but I didn't do any of the raid content. I did the content that leads up to it. The fuck? What am I supposed to do? I'm gonna assume put it down on a tile that doesn't have. Oh, because it can't transplant the soil. It can't transplant in the soil if there's no soil. Also, you only need the normal modes. Noted. I'm gonna assume extremes and savage contents are pretty much just for the people that want the extra difficulty, but don't actually, like... Right? To the point where everyone memes on the music, the recent, and the... Wait, hold on. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting, like, a link shell together to do some of the... Wait, what? What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, I think I understand. Move it to a tile. Yeah, okay, I am understanding. Even if I'm confused while I understand it, I understand. That made no sense. Thank you. Alright. And I've been told that this mode just doesn't have positionals. I got it. Okay, so I understand. Savage Extreme and Ultimates are just for bragging rights and top tier gear. Okay, fair. Isn't there some content that's like... Isn't there like some missions that are only Savage or am I misremembering? Also some mounts, well now I care. Now I have to do them. Wait, no, fending is tankier. Durgan. God damn it. I can't have one nice thing. Ultimates, they're only at their difficulty, more or less, but they're still based on Savage content to a degree. Okay, so Savage content is, like, absolutely content that, like, adds shit. Oh my god, my brain is working in, like, low power mode trying to explain things that I don't understand. What I'm trying to ask is, so Savage can be all new content, is what I'm hearing. Shit. Savage fights add new phases and mechanics. Okay. It's like I understand everything now. One of these days I'm just gonna get some edits of me as fucking Papaco. Cause like, let's be real, it fits. Can't tell me it doesn't. And elusive telegraphs. That sounds like a nightmare, but that also sounds kind of fun once the fight's like muscle memoried. Like, I understand why that content exists. It's for people who want to do the same content, but like way harder. And like, that content needs to exist for like the people that want it. Love to see a Bedlam, your motherfucking life ends 30 minutes from now. I would love to just do, like, an art fundraiser. Feels weird that the potted plants aren't coming to life here. I guess I got my wish. Also, we totally could have just, like, walked right... What do you mean? What do you mean? Something's gonna pop out that painting, isn't it? Oh no, it's those paintings! I feel like I should actually focus the casters. Let's kill Sir Motorboat. Come on. Wait. All right. I feel like I also need to make sure that they're all in the AoE first. Oh well. We learnin'. So you know how we were talking about the vault? Oh yeah. Are these the Knights of the Round again? Are these the Knights of the Round, but from the first? Yeah! Oh, this rules. This fucking rules. More like counterparts? I mean, like, pretty much everything is a counterpart. Or a parallel. Alright. Yeah, this is definitely supposed to evoke vault imagery then. Whoop. I would also like to note the Exarch is putting himself in a very specific, peculiar position. Or not peculiar, deliberate position. I don't know why I thought peculiar. As he is actually facing us towards content, which I think is very smart. And tanks should do it. Alright. Yeah. There they go. Treasure coffee. I would love to take pictures here. I think I know people that do. Ooh, this is giving fucking Nier vibes again. The Lord can buff up the soldiers here, but nowadays you can just out DPS him with my gear. Phantom Ganon vibes? Absolutely. You've sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas. Our guests yet want for company. What do you look like? Okay. This is the old hero. So be careful not to ruin the furniture. Until sold this boss as a paladin after both your healer and DPS died. Oh shit. Okay. Get in there. Ugh. Ah. Shit, yeah, I can see where enemies, or where teammates can... Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely a fight that just exists to trip you up, isn't it? Cut. 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 What are we doing? What are we doing? Oh shit. Velvet drapery. No, no. Forget what you said about the furniture now. Oh. I may be stupid. I may be stupid. Let me get a sip. I burned to death. I did. And then I figured out, wait. Hold on. No, I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Red marker, stay away from furniture. Blue flame, pass into the furniture. Okay. Workable. I'm just kinda silly. I do be quirky, though. Still, I'm a little disappointed that Alphino can't just quick cast heal or revive me. That seems silly. Could have told you before, but yeah, I made a goof. Ain't no way around that one. Love the allusions to the Elven Nobles. Yeah, same. A lot. Okay, not gonna lie, also didn't occur to me that the, hold up. Scorching left. Okay, I know he's hitting the XR. Ooh, fuck. Oh, shit! That wasn't even intentional. That was just me panicking.
Protect me!
Alright. Mortal Flame. Cool. And back in. Setting's entire lore is based on light prospering on the ashes of dead civilizations and the first... Absolutely. Fuck your curtains! Fuck your curtains! Okay, so what does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean? What is he doing? Okay, he's on me next. Oh shit. Exarch? Why'd you just walk into that? So those tethers, they turn to arrows when you're too close. Okay. I'm not sure I 100% follow, but I feel like there's a written guide that can explain it, like, in depth.
I'm with you.
Right? Now we can make this work. Whew. Like Tesleen. I'm not gonna lie, Tesleen was months ago. I don't remember that fight very well. Oh, I'll be the fourth that he goes for. I think. Yeah, okay. Oh shit. How'd he hit me? I thought I was outside the AoE. Also stay far enough away. Okay. I didn't catch that, but no, that makes sense based on your previous description. Because too close, he smacks you harder. Okay, there's damage fall off. See, the thing that was confusing me was I saw Alice after when it was her time to get smacked, I saw her standing where she was standing, and what I had interpreted, and this is dumb, on my part, this is dumb. I thought, oh, because she's a red mage and should be far away because she's a caster. Tether line with the arrows dictates I need distance. Okay, okay. So there is one thing. There is one marker that I've only just started recently seeing, but I don't know what it is because I just haven't looked it up. It's an arrow pointing down to you, and then it's it looks like a refresh marker surrounding you. And it's in a lot of the earlier A Realm Reborn content. What does that mean? Because I've noticed that it means, obviously you're going to be hit with something, but like, it feels weird that that's a note. Ah, shit, I'm fine. DPS, everyone. Yeah, this is something I really like about FF14, and it's something I've seen as like not a derogatory thing against the game, but like all right. Okay. Sorry, Cafe to...
I'm with you.
Oh, care to repeat. Like, the actual marker, it's like a arrow pointing down to you, and then it's like a circle behind you that kind of looks like a refresh marker. Okay, now that I'm looking closer, I see what you mean. Now that I'm actually paying attention, I completely understand the mechanics. Thanks, chat. Approaching right. Okay. Sword markers are straight from Ravana, too. That sounds familiar. No idea about that older marker? It's like, I feel like I should know what it is the thing. Like, it's one of those markers where you see it and you're like, I should know what that is. I've played for Lord knows how long. Nope. Exarch. Exarch. Ravana's throat singing sort of. Oh! Yeah. I actually really like that fight. Small issue with that fight was I remember it for crashing my PC. But God, what didn't back then? Fucking Fear 1 crashed that PC. Fear 1! But not just Fear 1, the DLC for Fear 1. Shout out to when I started this channel and most of what I streamed was older games or console games because I didn't have a good enough PC to run them. Yeah, that fight actually rules. I also remember nobody wanting to do it with me. Alright. Keeping the third. This has got to be based on, like, the enmity table. Oh, shit. Alright. I'm finna whip this out. Gotta start somewhere. And now look at me. A top of the line CPU and a graphics card that came out this year. Genuinely have no idea if this limit cut is based on anything. I don't know. Now, not to say that this PC did not have its issues when I was first using it, because, oh boy did it. Yeah, I'll never need this again, and I don't really rock with it. Looks-wise, bottlenecking, I don't know. Oh, as in, like, on my PC? Zero. There is zero bottlenecking. I went on a bottlenecking calculator and various compatibility things. The only things I can improve now without just starting a whole new rig is my RAM and my storage. I mean, I guess I could get a better GPU, but, you know. I'm not gonna need to upgrade my GPU in like 10 years, or until like 10 years from now. 3060 is gonna be a trooper for a while.
Backlook, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous
Look at
greeting,
that.
I dare say the feeling is
Yes.
mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Okay, so for the record, for those that were like, what the fuck is she talking about when I was describing the marker, I was told it is the Tank Buster marker, and it was added to the FF14 Aroma Reborn content.
Shake? Beg?
Oh, these are
Our
funny
comrades' very souls are in danger.
Catboy makes dog
If we are
puns
to
to dog
save them,
envy. Yes.
We will need the benefit
yes.
of your unsurpassed
It's like the
knowledge on
VTuber
matter.
community all over
Please,
again.
will you not sit and hear our plea?
I also-
How dare you? How dare you speak
I
thus in
never
my
put
presence?
2 and 2 together that these were supposed to be dog
It was to
people.
escape such words of temptation
they were
that
like
I hid myself
lizard turtle
from the
people.
world of men. You are sinners, one and all. And I
What?
swore never again to have
What the
any
fuck?
part in
What
your
the fuck?
affairs.
They didn't until literally this scene. You didn't until literally this scene either. What did you think they were?
I can only imagine what terrible
Or
events
mole
forced you into
people.
a life of
Mole would be
seclusion.
fun too. Hey! But then again, Banga are lizards
But
too.
I know
Fair.
that the Mo are a good and noble folk.
Give me 2 seconds.
It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Alphino. Alphino. Softer Banga, you guess? That's fair, that's fair. I like the new Mo. They're fun.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just...
Talking.
No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents
When you say
died for
court
my
mage-
naivety.
When you say court mage,
Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
oh, little dude. We would never misuse it. Refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat. Dog pun, dog pun.
Oh.
You're also
Of all
90%
the
sure they're
visitors
related
I
to the
could possibly
driving plot
have,
of the flashbacks and the
they're
tank
even
roll
more
quests. Oh,
stubborn than I am.
No. No.
I'm just seeing in chat lie with 3 exclamation marks, and I'm like,
Very
should I
well.
have lied?
I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and
We're
no
joking
less,
about
I
the
promise
pun. Fair enough. Fair
you.
enough.
With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us
Absolutely.
at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
Why you walk like SpongeBob? Why you sound like Squidward? There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Bedlam. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I've ever sought to convince, not compel, yet I cannot deny that part of me is glad Orianche shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Bedlam wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guests waiting would only add insult to injury. Tankroll quest is about the fall of Vobert, and Bedlam was an advisor to the Crown of Vobert. Oh! I may now enter the Grand Cosmos with a party of NPC avatars through trusts. Would you like some stew? We mustn't dally here any longer, Roxy. If Bedlam wants to hear the truth of our travels, of our travails in the First, you of all people should be present. Give me a second. C-pose. Yeah, I prefer this one. Give me 2 seconds. By the way, once we actually load into the new area, I have to use the bathroom, and my drink's getting kind of empty. Yeah. So give me 2 seconds. For the record, how is sound so far with the new settings? I know that I'm very obviously much quieter. You linked that Sheet is on Jeet video finally? Okay, hell yeah, hell yeah. Seemed like you Oh shit. Yeah, no, take care of whatever you have to take care of. For, like, obvious reasons. But I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. few seconds to start to like fix my face. Can I please? There we go. There's a motherfucker like right in front of me that is doing his casts. Do I have to bap a motherfucker? Alright, there we are. Okay, so I'm good, I'm good. But yeah. So, for the record, this is probably gonna be a bit of a shorter stream. I'm probably just gonna do this patch and then head out, cause someone needs my help, but it's not like turbo urgent. But it's urgent enough. And I'd rather do that sooner rather than later. But each patch is a decent like cutoff point. And if that means I get the most out of my FF14 subscription, hell yeah.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Absolutely. I'm not in the business of lying.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true.
Mm-hmm.
I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
That I would absolutely believe. Warrior Light has done and seen some shit.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in
If those are your terms,
As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You
Hell
will
yeah.
help us then?
I will.
I was
would see
almost
my knowledge
expecting-
put to good use for a change.
No, I will not.
I do have one condition, however.
You fucked
I am
up
not
my
the spry
drapes.
young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
I mean, like, if I wasn't gonna be laboring for this, I was gonna be laboring for something else. So, you know. Take what you can get. You've spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Like Orsite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Orsite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw either from your surroundings. This process must be halted, and resulting surfeit. I've never heard that. I've never heard surfeit? I'm gonna say surfeit. Surfeit? And we'll roll with it. All process must be halted, and the resulting surfeit of aether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from the foe bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which would be rectified upon your return home. Leaving life as husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but shan't know for sure until I've seen their condition firsthand. Then I would be glad to take you to them, or the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for us to accompany you. While you escort our guest to the inn, I will assist Orianche in creating the requisite... Fuck me, running. I will assist Orianche in creating the requisite Orsite. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary? Let us all make for Amarang then. And the inn at Journey's Head. Oh, right. God, I really love the music of this expansion. It's just the variety of instruments they use, even. This is Ulrich, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light, towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all the poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a Sin Eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Ulrich was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Ober. Then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It's not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you. It should offer some measure of relief. Alright, yeah. If it's all they've got. The potent tonic invented by Beklug during the time of Vober is said to revitalize the soul both figuratively and literally. Still unresponsive, he's staring blankly. It would seem that the tonic has no effect. Oh? Huh? What is this warmth I feel in my chest? Okay, so it's maybe affecting everyone a little differently? Maybe. I feel warm, and my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Hold up, let me actually see. I can apply glams, yeah? Then let's reapply. Bada bing, bada boom. Is no problem. Now then, have you noticed any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. 'Tis true, with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal aether. Their incorporeal aether, that is, of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the late stages of corruption, like Ulrich, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is far too gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance that he may one day recover, of course, but it would take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence. The opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize that this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we could find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I mean, hey, progress is progress is progress. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Vober, and that soulcraft is my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hope to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering. A plague like the which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. And now you have a chance to redeem yourself. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let's return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal aether. Do you think it can be done? With the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now, we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are then able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics that we will ultimately employ. If you don't... If you're about to launch a lengthy explanation on the metaphysics of the plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever regions must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. And you're convinced that the resulting familiar will help the patients. Fine. Alphno, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know that we'll have to get... But I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If you humor them with our company, I'm sure they'd be willing to help us. Fine. I'll pay a visit to Ilmeg. Wait, no. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. Well, I'm impressed that you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Pneumo of Pla Eni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for your needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Clay from Marmorang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? There's scavengers at Mordzook. Scavengers, you say? Well, they may know the lie of the land, but I dare say that they are more interested in the trinkets and baubles hiding in the earth rather than the earth itself. Now, miners, on the other hand... I do know a couple of those too. What's that? You know the miners of the Twine? Perfect. Speak with them, and you shall have no trouble procuring what you need. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see that if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. Oh, right. The Twine is actually just like... Well, can we just, like, take an Amuro over to the Twine? It'll give me a couple seconds to drink some coffee. I can, and it's only like 75 gil. I think that's like a couple gil cheaper than just teleporting there. Okay, but I at least wanted to see what the in-theory price would be. God, I really love, I don't know what the hell to call it, but like, the actual like sights that you can see while you're traveling on like Chocobo and Amuro back. It's something that I thought, like, and God forbid me for praising Blizzard, but like it's something that I think WoW did really well, which was like on the flight paths they deliberately put shit where the flying mounts would fly, because they know that it's not an instant warp, and therefore players would get kind of bored just looking around. So they would plant things like in the world, and I think the sights of FF14 are pretty enough. but like it's one of those where could be prettier. And it could be something that that a world designer would be doing while bored, you know? Roxy! Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We just this moment finished repairing the Talus and trolley you took to Nabatharang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered to share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that China's. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I have for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we can do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me that Roxy didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I'm actually kind of wondering what that top Magnus is wearing is, because like that leather jacket looks like the leather jacket that I've had for a while, but like the actual interior of it doesn't. I see. And this familiar requires clay for our meringue. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there might be some lurking around lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take the clay from Mount-Battern mines to make adobe bricks. The place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than look there. Alright, hell yeah. God, I'm so used to being able to just... Because I've been doing a lot of grinding in the Realm Reborn areas. Mostly for triple triad cards, which not social, I don't think. I wonder how I actually check my deck. Collection. No. Recommendation. Oh, no. I know what recommendations are. Party? No way. But yeah, I've been doing a lot of triple triad grinding. Oh, is it actually gold saucer? I think it is. Like, it's not as filled out as I'd like. 'Cause, you know. But like, just seeing that I can look at this and go, oh, fuck yeah. Like, I'm getting closer. And like, the further in we go, the more I don't have anything. But that's par for the course when I've been playing like a shitload of triple triad, you know? It's probably my favorite thing to do as like a side activity in this game. And I guess like PvP also counts. But like triple triad is just, that's my bread and butter. I've loved it since FF8. The only downside is that like people kind of look at you funny if you're a triple triad fiend. Like of all the card games, it's my favorite. Probably because it has the simplest rules out of any like fictional card game. Gwent is pretty simple too, but like Gwent has some really weird complexities to it on occasion. And the best version is in The Witcher 3, which means womp womp, no online. Now, that doesn't help that the actual official, like, standalone Gwent is, also not fantastic. Like, it wasn't really supported that well last I checked. I could be wrong. It could actually have secretly gotten really, really top quality support when I wasn't looking, but I remember, like, active Gwent players being like, God, this game has, like, fucking nothing going for it anymore. And that might be true. That might be false. I do not know. The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it. Finely grained soil material found in Amarang. Wonderful. We will need to combine the clay and the water and heat the mixture with the fire lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Becklug, I have a question. In the event that we may need this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there's a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhaps you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. You're plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Northrend more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Roxy? Absolutely. Best one for the job. I'll give it my all. For Halric. For Tasleen. Then we are all of one mind on the matter. Alisay shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin.
God, I can't quite get that voice.
I trust you've prepared the clay.
But we'll improve it over time.
Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy.
Well, let's hope for the best on this one.
Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A porksy. I think I know what you mean.
I don't know how you could get it confused. Let's just hope you have the artistic abilities of your brother, but with sculpting this time.
There we are. How's that?
I mean, that looks like a porksy to me. Oh! Okay, now that I look, maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, it is certainly creative.
I mean,
There's no denying that.
It's got the nose.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
You good, Elphina?
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
That lines up with what I know about how magic works with this sort of thing.
But I speak the
But
truth.
yeah, I was gonna say, Becklug wouldn't.
This incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, As I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Oh, you cute little Porksy. Oh, I love it.
Not bad for a first attempt.
I don't know how you could improve, honestly.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul.
Legitimately fascinating to see, like, this is almost orc levels of belief magics.
You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
It's fascinating.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now.
Well, let's hope she's more creative with names.
Go, Angelo!
Angelo works. Porco Angelo. It's fine. Oh, please work. Please work. Please work at least a little bit. Please, come on. Just ever so suddenly, chest feels heavy. Because what Halric... What could... Did it work? Ayo?
Mother...
Oh. Kid. I mean that's progress. It's a little concerning, but how is he, Lubeck? Lubeck. Fuck me running. How is he, Backlog? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of colour has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you even now in the process of discovering... Wait, fuck me. Alright. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I'll have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling the safe transport back to the source. Thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Auracite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklog said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back at the source? Not really. It is the fate of It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases. Or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Kaboo. Oh my god. Alice is probably, like, the best kid. Because, like, I absolutely understand where she's coming from. Exactly. His condition is uncannily familiar to Holrick's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul is suffused with earth-aspected aether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, then there can be a chance we can save him, right? I mean, the white Orsite is quite similar to your idea of basically putting them on a USB drive. It's just a USB drive made of a rock. Forgive me, but who is this Garboo fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound familiar, yet there is much... there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course! As long as and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I'll devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue with their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with the newly posted theories. Posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see that you're not convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let's return to the Crystarium then. Finally, I found you! Shit, what are you doing all the way out here? There's a whole lot of trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chive's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? Must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. If it's not as if there's anything else I'm gonna reread that carefully. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Again, reminder, if you are playing the game on your own, and you're like, I read that, but I don't think I actually internalized that, you can press enter to pull up what would be what I'm covering here. I cover it for courtesy reasons, largely. But if you go to event, all of the cutscene dialogue will be right there as if it is a chat window. So that you can be like, wait, I didn't actually internalize that, or shit, I misclicked. Shit like that. Just saying, for those that don't know. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Okay. Do tell. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? Alright, now we should just teleport to Yulmore, frankly. It's gonna be quicker in the long run. He is a hell of a ways out, though. It's got me curious. Well, naught here seems to be out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can't find her and discover the source of her distress. I'm not too quiet back here, right? I think, based on my audio mixer, that I am louder than the game, but it's really hard to tell. It's alright at the moment. That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
What's wrong?
Alone?
What's wrong?
What of Master Chai?
Yeah.
But that is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
Okay, but like, what's the possibility that he's just in Amarang?
What?
Like, helping
What
out
happened?
with the ironworks.
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg.
Right?
With Lord Forthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
Of course.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see.
Uh-huh.
After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well?
Yeah.
No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice.
He is, but at the same time, he's also a...
I told him as
He also
much when
runs
his
a
victory
business.
was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
He's probably just out. Yeah, I don't think he's just fled. He doesn't seem the type.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return.
Maybe the stick launch
Wherever he
deep
may
in his
have gone,
ass got
rest
to him
assured
and he
we will
simply
find him.
vanished. Yeah, you just hear him and you just hear, ah! With some fade off. It's like, I legitimately think he just got caught up in something. I don't think he deliberately vanished.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
Man, I kind of wish... Okay, so, like, this is silly, but this is silly on my part. But, like, I kind of wish 14 had better cloth physics. Because, like, every once in a while, and it's not immersion breaking, it never takes me out of the scene, but every once in a while, I'll see, like, the back of someone's hair clipping through, like, their jacket. Or, like... I'll see, like, the back of someone's ankle go through their skirt, like you could probably see in that cutscene. And I'm like, that feels preventable. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here must have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he may have gone. I'll meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Yeah, no, I also fucking... And I only say it's a cloth physics thing, cause, do y'all remember Deus Ex and Mankind Divided? The only thing that has proper cloth physics with proper collision and all that is Jazz's Blender, maybe UE5. The thing is, Square Enix figured it out. Or at least Eidos did, but they owned Eidos for a while. Now Embracer Group does, but that's all the same. They helped bankroll Deus Ex Mankind Divided, which had good cloth physics that, like, Jensen's hair clips into his jacket without the cloth physics, like, turned on. But, like, once it's turned on, all that clipping goes away. I don't know. Or just, like, do what they did with certain scenes in Endwalker, I've heard, and just disable certain aspects so that the scene looks decent. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmor's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Walthy's apparently inexhaustible stores of mail, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our business were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmor, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Okay. Stagnant state of business in Yulmor, that's a reason to be upset, I guess, but... Again, I genuinely think, like, outside of anything else, you're more likely to have him just get caught up in a project. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Something amiss? When I last saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while, but about his concerns for the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Volthrey, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyways, funding permitting, I propose replenishing our ranks of volunteers from the derelicts in Gate Town. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Clusia as well. And I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as such, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Alright, so, yeah, the state of Yulmore's defenses upsetted him, too. I can see reasons why he may have left, but I don't think he, left. Hey, homie, you good? You good? Hey, over here. Oh dear. Well. That's only what, 8 feet? They'll be fine. They'll be fine. I recall a man fitting that description. Asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down the derelicts, and as you can be sure, we gave him an earful. Like food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies. The folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. And he heard that, started mumbling to himself, something about finest work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed out at the derelicts, he has to have some of the other settlements and all. After that, can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gate Town last I saw him. How's it going? It's going. I'm hanging in there. Just finishing up this patch quest, or this patch content. The stream's probably gonna be a bit of a shorter one because I got things to do. But I'd rather not leave on a bad cliffhanger, you feel? Ah, there you are. How'd you fare? Have you learned anything that might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? Yeah. Got all this shit. Gotta find the perfect... Exactly. And because I know how patch quests are structured, they will tell me when I hit the end of one. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where to go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those... to those without. Roxy, I would have you go to make inquiries and write. I should do likewise for Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we're finished? Well, top rung would seem to me this next most likely destination. Let's reconvene there. With any luck, one of us may have stumbled upon him by then. If not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Yeah, I know that patch quests are on average 10, or like 5 to 10 quests on average, but I don't, but that's like from A Realm Reborn to, that's from like A Realm Reborn to, Stormblood. So I don't know. Did I not? Where's this man that they need me to speak with? Oh, there you are. You're a little bit oh, no. Circle just looks smaller when it's pulled back. The name doesn't ring any bells. But there was a rather dapper-looking Mistle gentleman here not long ago. Wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. They lost a great many people to the promises of mail and a chance to live a lavish life among the free. And Vothri thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I didn't tell you what happened when the Seniors came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what'll become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend. China's, was it? And I'm sure others said the same. Not that he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. And help? Okay, so we're within like spitting distance of the top rung. I would have teleported, but like I'm pretty sure the dwarf's element is, let's just say a little bit farther out in theory. I don't know if true, but that's what it feels like. I like your coat. Swear Dolly isn't gonna give you a Mogus in the... Are you still trying? I don't know why that tickles me so much. Yes, that's fair. We paid both a visit to Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishir and I glean much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Clusia. The only place likely he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we're quick, we may be able to catch him. I feel like it's scarier looking hallways, but no Amogus in sight. Well, are you looking up Among Us or Amogus or Among Us? And would you, in theory, get a better result from saying crewmate? Genuine question. Among Us, the backrooms is the prompt you throw at it. You might also want to add an in to that sentence. I've noticed that I get a lot better results when I add things like in or with or at. I don't know what those words are though. I want to say adverbs, but I feel like that's wrong. You also threw in, but no dice. Try crewmate or imposter. Roxy, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? We might ask you the same, Master Chai. I've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? What over for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in the blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No, I'm done, Master Chai. But since we're here, might I ask about what compelled you to come all this way? We were told that you had been elected mayor, and from that we gathered from the nearby villages. And from what we had gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. It is safe to assume you mean to take office. No, let's not jump to any conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Clusia. That much is true, but by no means am I the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see. And you believe said resources can be found there? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, and in the course of my inquiries, I had already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plans, a man whose counsel may yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I'm certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I wanted was to make it into Yulmore. That dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or a boil, more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I can't have a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down, trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gulg, did you? Oh, good marrying be. You're gonna steer Yulmore to a better future, I know it. I wanna help, properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me art. Come on then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here. To find one with experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly? And are you certain he's here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is. Or was. I scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valthry's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left. In between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. Finally, one. What did you type? And even if you do, what if it makes you think you'll listen? Before giving chase, might it be not wise to speak to those who know him here at Amity? Might be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Crewmate! I knew it! I knew crewmate would give you something. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal then. As I recall, you made a rather favorable impression on him. I'm sure he would be willing to talk to us. Yo, holy shit, Goku. Motherfucker just passed by me. Hold on, I see you there. You can't be like that and not give me at least a try. You got amazing cards, huh? 3 open, fallen ace? I'm gonna kick your ass. Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna go. Good. All right. You've got... Oh, this is absolutely doable. Blue ends? No card. You're too easy not to. All right, red, your turn. Not a bad start, but hear me out. And then play defensively? Damn it! But that's fine. Hey. Y'all don't understand. I fucking fiend in Triple Triad. I fucking love this game. And I'm hoping that it drops Siren. Alright. Shit, Fallen Ace. I have to play carefully. They're probably gonna... Well, now they can't get me on a Fallen Ace. Hey! And there's a win. And there's the Lord and Lady Chai card, which means I never have to play with you again. Dumbass. Oh shit. Seeker of Solitude. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Love Triple Triad. Greetings, friend. And you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask about Rendren. Rendon. Can't help overhearing you earlier. Your earlier exchange. Well, yes. With Volthree gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one arise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel, and in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. And that is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated there, I can understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not want to see you suffer for Volthree's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon could be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. You admire... Your desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I feel the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying that he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this cause, and prove to him that Yulmore has the resolve to change. The resolve to change? I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well. To Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. And Pit 8 was around where... Oh, shit. Good. Just occurred to me. Oh, thank God. No dwarves to play Triple Triad with. Only a shadowy figure in one image. You should still send it. That might fuck. That might fuck hard. Here's the thing, when you look at the shadowy image, does your brain go... It does? Good. Holy shit, is that Nero DMC?
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Forthry's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Shadow figure does give me a sense of slight unease. Good.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Forthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable. Yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Forthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in
Chai
indolence
News,
under
not
Forthry's
Chai
auspices.
Nose.
And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
That's a good question.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say.
Ooh?
It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Forthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation.
At least you're honest about that.
Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
God,
For the people.
I don't think I've ever seen a more stern Rogadine.
I rather like the sound of that.
The answer was satisfactory enough.
But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
Of course.
You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems. But first, I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
So this might be a thing that might make some players be like, what the fuck do you mean? But, with FF14, some of my favorite content is, like, fake politics. And, like, I know that turns off a lot of players. I fucking love fake politics. Right then. There's a particular issue you would wish you would have me resolve. You seem to have conducted an assessment on the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you'll agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah, yes. Mail being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option. I assume alternative foodstuffs now required to fill the void. A man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. Oh, that's easy. There's Wright has, like, yards on yards on yards of actively plowed fields that you could offer trade routes with. Turn Gatetown into an actual trade hub that can then funnel shit up to Yulmore through a beneficial partnership. Combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and then another, that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. There's also a shitload of room in the derelicts that could absolutely be used for farmland that's way closer to home, that could be then popped back up into Yulmore, but also be traded outwards to other towns that can't quite necessarily afford the wages that Wright asks. The villages that once served as resources for trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up that rebuilding effort. My. Think this all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chai News. Have I? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet. Only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. You would ask them to rebuild. You must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon. And one which I have given much thought. I propose to use the Talos to aid the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment would drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. That's also true. Talos can absolutely be used for tireless workers that get at least the groundworks for a town up and running. Talos? But Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as heir to the Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. I But with a little bit of help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Alright, no, we're working. That's more than enough. Renjin is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Kalusia. Yeah, kick their ass and then rebuild them. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so will still be at the top rung. Come with me. See, this is working. Yeah, like when a story's plot is like, here is some fake politicking, I'm always like, on God? Fake politics? And then it's like, yeah, fake politics. And that just excites me, because it's just like, I love learning how it actually, like, even if it's a fictional setting, I still really love to hear, you can only, I mean, like, I also find interest in real politicking, but, like, that's just because my problem solver brain likes thinking. Granted, if I dive down that hole, if I dive down the politics hole again, I will cease to be. If I let it consume me again. I have to find a healthy balance. It is not good for my mental health if I think about it for too damn long. But I do like personally talking politics with others. Especially when it comes to things like, oh, how does shit like a trade route work? How do production chains actually function? Because, like, while that might be more, like, that might be more centered towards getting jobs, that's still technically that. Just your own opinion, but it does. No. Getting deeply into politics absolutely ruins people because it puts a lot of people into a defeatist mindset, but also that shit breaks people, me included. I had to pull myself out real hard and only knuckle down on issues that I can worry about on a local level, really. Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. The chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of Aether and Talos. We only need to get within throwing distance of one nut and let fly. Granted, that friendship relationship fell apart because you... That's fair. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple matter to get them, well, back on march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but, as I've said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come on, come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things coming there to make a meal out of you. That's as it may be, Kaishir, but Rendron tasks me with solving the problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say that the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread, truth be told. I can't feel my legs. But, if I'm to prove I'm a man of the following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Alright, but if there's any trouble, we call it off. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. To make sure I do, I will not require your help. I will require your help. As Kai Shir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask that you use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos. Understood? Good. Let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if you can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Alright. Whoop. Keep a lookout for danger and alert Shy News when it is safe to capacitate the talent. Alright. Back is turned, back is turned. Kinda curious how this all lines up. I also can't help but notice these look a lot less like the Talos we were seeing earlier. I did it? I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Oh, thank God. Curses, it's not alone. Calm yourself, old boy. Everything will be fine. Please don't turn around. It's such a good thing to just have a character say. I can't believe I'm getting the hang. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. I kind of want to recreate his hair in Vroid. You may leave the next one to me, Roxy. I don't think I've actually done a hair flip. Let's see, can you do it all on your lonesome? I don't think... Hey. Again, they remind me a lot of the beta designs of the Shadow of the Colossi. Aha! That should do it. All we need to do is... we have all we need to proceed. Granted, if I see, like, vaguely stone-looking things with weird eyes, I think, oh, like Shadow of the Colossus. Hey! God, Final Fantasy music is a warm, weighted blanket to me. I can scarcely believe it. It was reckless. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmore's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain that your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant in the world of politics. Which is why I asked you to come join me, and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend to you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you tinker with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick. Today's just been cozy. So again, fucking love the music of this expansion. Everything about it is just like the use of guitar, the use of horns.
Form a line and make for Yulmore.
The more I look at Chai News's face, though, the more I think about, like, can I even make beards like that in Vroid? I don't know. So, like, ever since I opened Vroid commissions, I've been seriously considering, doing, like looking at fictional characters and seeing if I could potentially remake them, at least in some form or another. I've also thought about selling pre-mades or auctioning them. Oh, I didn't realize that their chests opened.
Wicked White! Runaway Talos!
I wonder why that is, actually. I still stand by make Gate Town into a trade hub instead. Come now. Give me 2 seconds.
Stay back! All of you!
Is that...
Whoop, sorry.
Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
Nearest I can't.
Ooh. Oh dear.
Chai Nose is fucking dead.
Oh, thank you.
Rip, roll the credits.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
I was gonna say,
You'll do it.
I was also 1000% right.
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor.
See,
and now that I have it,
he's
I
competent.
believe I am ready to take office.
Like, News has learning to do, but, like, literally give me any better candidate for Yulmore of someone who lives in Yulmore. I don't think there is one. Endurance check, endurance check.
Please.
Failed. But not a crit fail like the last one was. I can do hugs like that. You know, I always like doing it with friends that are, like, noticeably smaller than me, because a lot of the ones I know actually like to be swept off their feet. It might be a fetish thing now that I think about it. That might be doing something for them. Oh well, most people I know that are smaller than me She didn't get a random crit the second time. No, that wasn't a random crit. It's that he had a crit fail. You can tell when there's a difference. Because a random crit would mean he didn't even have the chance to struggle. The first time, a crit fail, which that's a tabletop thing, is when you roll a nat 1. He rolled a nat 1 on a Constitution or Endurance save. And... Ooh, near took him to the lands beyond. That was quite a reception. What Master Shy will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word is spread around Yulmore, it'll be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. And moving forward, to my knowledge, is the one. No need to fret, Roxy. I've never felt better. Howdy, CT. And not at all overdrawn by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I only wish I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. Then I will go and spread word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kai Shir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gatetown of the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the gods know not to bar the way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown's Lift will show you up. Oh, I'm a VIP. That feels really good. That feels really good to know. Chadden's a hell of a name. Speaking of which, so I did not know, this is a little geography thing, I did not know that Chad was a place. Like, that Chad was considered, like, a country, I believe. I think it's a country in Africa? For some reason, because Twitch put in a bunch of new tags. Like, a bunch of new tags. And, hold on, I should actually hit Amender. And when Twitch got a bunch of new tags in, from that came a bunch of tags to be like, hey, this is the country I'm from. Because, like, yeah, representation's awesome. That's always something to strive for. And Chad was one of the countries that was on there. Now, I swear this is going somewhere. I gotta see, like, because, like, I care about my analytics a little bit. I'm aware that at the end of the day, I'm a slave of the algorithm, and it depends on if people even want to come watch. But I gotta see, like, okay, of the people that are coming in, where are they coming in from? And, like, 50% of people, 1 month, were coming from a Chad tag that I had never ever put on a video of mine. But for some reason, people were finding me through it. And I'm wondering if it was the games I was choosing that suddenly was like, haha, funny meme word. Yeah, that is interesting. Like, I don't know. I also think analytics are fascinating. And analytics beyond, like, age and gender. I want to know, like, hey, where are my subs coming from? Oh, 1 month, like, 10% of my subs were from Brazil. That's interesting. I know, like, a good 30% of my audience is from there. Shit like that. Ah, yes. Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place right at the front. Right this way, miss. Come to Brazil? Honestly, I would if people paid my way. If there was like a Brazilian, sorry, I was doing an accent and thinking, yes, an English accent, a British accent. If there, well, I guess if there was a British convention that requested my attendance too, but a Brazilian, convention, I would absolutely think about it. I don't speak Portuguese, though. That's the problem.
Go on,
Granted,
dear.
most of the people I know from there speak very fluent English. So, you know. Oh, the lighting makes him look way more handsome.
Today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around?
Okay. Where are we going with this?
'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthree's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded.
Oh, and now that I've mentioned, like, cons and shit, reminder that if you want me to, like, show up at a convention, not that this is the best time to say it, but, like, before I forget, most cons have, like, a little thing of, like, request a guest. And if enough people ask for me to show up, I'll see what I can do. Especially if I'm contacted by the convention itself. Because VTubing actually makes con attendance very easy. As I can pretty much just be an iPad on a stick, at least. I would just have to see how that works.
We welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town 2. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthree. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely.
Course. It's mayorship.
I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values.
Okay. Yeah, no, hell yeah. Give it to us, Cat Daddy. Yeah. Y'all can have that. Y'all can have that.
No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthree must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone.
You just came back and saw
Until
Cat
I
Daddy
propose
closed
that an open
captioning
forum
what's
be
going on.
held,
Don't worry about it.
that we might all discuss
worry
how
about
best
it.
to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved.
See,
the road before us will
I would
not
love to
be
see
easy.
what a new
and I
Yulmore
know
would
full
look
well
like.
how daunting
I don't
the
know how much
prospect
that
of
they're gonna
honest labor
actually
may
like
seem to some of
keep
you.
up with that, but like, at the end of the day, Like,
But we
I'm just glad that the
must
seeds are
accept
sown,
the
you know?
reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For your...
Again, gonna apologize for accidentally clicking. I need to stop doing that. I was gonna say, you better not prompt me to start clapping. You better just make me clap, because that's what's appropriate here. Video game. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Umorans can, it will be an honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which the city stands. Absolutely understood, but like, don't worry about that. I hate to change the subject, darling, but you know you have officially taken office. Have you given any thought about your mayoral seat? You gads, it's a mama? It is. It me. We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was just hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai. But, have you got time for a word? He's got a shirt now. Yes, of course. A Hazen bet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech. But there's more folk outside these walls that don't even have enough food to last until tomorrow. And more who are counting on their and more who are counting their crumbs. If you got a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we have much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Roxy. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I have resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmore's future is secured, but it's clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. Oh, was that Z fighting or was that just fog? I've every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it's time we went on ours. So Elfno's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living up here with my friends in paradise. My paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place. And I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmore of the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one which you clung to before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? Got a few ideas on how we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step. That's true. Then we redeem pain and pleasure. Truly, to see Kai Shir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet, however, Yet however much I wish to say and see what happens to his efforts here in Yulmore. We have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we shall return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Beclug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Yeah. I think Vows of Virtue, Deeds of Cruelty is the last of the patch. I can double check though. But it's not that urgent. Aethernet. Again, I like that I can just do that. Hold on. I'm walking the wrong way. Drink the water? I can do that. I keep losing tracking. I'm wondering if there's really any ways I can do it. Or that I can improve it that don't include, like, buying an iPhone. Better lighting, for one. Maybe a higher frame rate. I've thought about dropping, like, the almost... Or at least, like, putting on my wish list the Elgato webcam. Apparently it's meant for, like, super clear image quality in, like, 1080-60 with a wide FOV. So that I can accurately start schmoovin'. Who is that? That's a cute emote. Welcome back. We are given to understand the new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed. Our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It's a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. I think the weirdest tip you ever heard was wearing really bright lipstick to help with mouth. I don't have issues with mouth. For me, it's losing tracking when I move fast. So, like, let me demo it. See how I, like, stopped and then drifted back into place? Like, slow movements, those are no problem. But once I start moving, like I was going relatively fast, for the record. Just saying. I think just buying because like I bought a $30 webcam. Granted, it's way better than the webcam that I used to use. That is tricky. It is, and it's not urgent. It's not like stream breaking, but it bothers me. I might just throw the webcam I'm looking at on my throne, and if someone's feeling really generous, they. Speaking of which, I can. Since I dropped the throne, y'all can check it out if you want. But tell me, how fared you in presenting the white oversight? Wait. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the white oversight? Our work did not proceed as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference, and concluded at length that the White Orsite was ill-suited for our purposes. But, Urianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did. As armed as we were with Becklug's invaluable insight, which would indeed prove a trifling matter, we were to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as our sight doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of aether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into an Aurosite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. Then we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It's a vexing conundrum indeed, but one of which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions turned to transference of memories in the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique by which I have personal experience. Roxy, do you recall what we learned to my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal eye and the elegant imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of ancient Allegans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allegans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together.
What is a soul? A miserable pile of aether. But enough talk. Have at you!
Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. It is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. If that's our closest lead. While we were thus engaged, I think it best that Roxy returns to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru would be relieved to hear that we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may be Then I would beg to leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, you do. Should we have need for your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. It just occurred to me, hey, hold on. Wait, what? Give me like 2 seconds? Did I move something? What the fuck? Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, what the fuck? What the actual shit? Sorry, I noticed one of my things is just like not visible. Is there anything I can do about that? Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out what the fuck's going on there. 'Cause, yeah, that's weird. That's really weird, actually. Give all regards to Tataru, would you? What's happening? One of my assets just, like, went missing. It's not like a huge deal, but like, what the fuck? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Can I refresh? Hold on. I wish I could like refresh an asset. I'm actually aware that I probably can, but Roxy, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cry will be here shortly and she'll want to hear too. She's just tending to the others, their bodies, I mean, gods, I don't even think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything in the moment she gets there. Upon speaking with Tataru, several cutscenes will play in sequence. Yep, alright, so that's the end of... That's gonna be the end of the...
Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem.
I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their
2 seconds,
corporeal
actually.
ether quite significantly.
I'm gonna do something in the background. And for that I need Firefox.
But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
God, it does sound it does feel good to just hear Estinian's voice for once. It's been a while.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar.
It's a very humorous story about Kyle and Tataru tracking down Estinian and causing him to become terrified of them. Side fiction between patches, though. That's fair. That's fair.
Itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna test something. Okay, so it does play. It just doesn't have a visual anymore? Oh. Fixed it. Fixed. Hey!
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn.
Oh, shit. Well, there's the echo once more. Don't worry, things are just getting a little, echoey. Don't worry about it. Can we buy Gaius' set, for the record? I've seen him in action. His body at last. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good will it do? She's done this before, she'll be okay. Yup. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this must suffice. No, sadly we cannot get the Shadow Hunter outfit. That sucks. Come then. Granted, the good news about that is it's frankly only a matter of time. Oh shit. Did that motherfucker just hit us with a limit break? Yeah, that's a limit break. Or a tech. Actually, that might be a tech. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Roxy was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Emperor Varys, your radiance, are you all right? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance, no! Even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I'll leave these vermin to you. Oh fuck, he's dead. He dead as fuck. Xenos! God, Dragoon drops are nothing to fuck with. Well, any bright ideas? Oh, those just one. Okay, noted that Garlean gunblades have actual bullets in them. Cause that is like... My man just pulled out... My man just got ready with 5.56. We're just shooting either. When will we get a Garlean gunblade? Your radiance! The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Huh. What? Okay. Never played Dragoon before, but hey. When's that stop me? Let's fucking go! Yeah, I've been told that Shadowbringers gets a lot more of these. fun playing the Stinky Dragon Man. He's not stinky anymore. He's had at least one bath. Oh, this is just FF7 again. I am having fun, though. I think it's incredibly cool to actually have, like... Oh, shit. Also, I thought we killed them. Or did we just beat them? Alright. I also kind of wish we were playing as Gaius, not gonna lie. Alright. You beat them and they retreated to protect Varus. That's right. Okay. Keep in mind, like, as many times as I've done, like... As many times as I've done Praetorian, I barely pay attention to it. Praetorium is what I do when I want to be brain dead, not when I want to actually do content. I do it when I want to grind. Well, someone's been busy. A smaller weapon? Nero Devil May Cry? Hey! Arch Ultima. Okay. It's a volatile Ultima weapon. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg! Lend me your strength! You say time for something fucked up, but this is cool as shit. I fucking love how the weapons look. God, my neck is stiff as fuck. Seems we have been afforded the impromptu field test. Yo! Look at that UI! Look at that UI! Okay, let's Horrid Roar. That's our AoE. This is our big attack. Sick. Damn right! Warrior of Light adds another tally to the things named Ultima I've killed list. I mean, like, Ultima Weapon is Ultima Weapon, so, you know. Synthetic Aurosite. Yeah! Yeah, I'm noticing. Whoa. I'm gonna assume that I can't damage these boys up there. Unless I can. God, I'm just thinking. Because like this has some implications to it, and I'm digging the implications, but damn. The curiosity, Star Driver versus. Okay, so 3,000 versus 1,500. About half the damage, but it lets me get around. Now, like, example that at 12. Oh, this is so fucking good. I'm doing the trial series for this expansion. Do you mean the raid series? Genuine question, what's the difference? I didn't know there was a trial series is the answer. Trial series is 8-man bosses. I need people I can do it with is the thing. That's one of the downsides of working off of Primal, is that, like, while I would love to play with others, I'm not moving data centers, because people I legitimately give a shit about also play with me here, and I'm not starting an alt. You can't beat me. We shall see about that. Oh! Oh!
Nidhogg, show them your fury!
Taste my lance!
Oh, shit. I highly recommend doing the Shadowbringers trials. They're really good. And they're based on the weapons from 7, Ruby, Emerald, etc. Do I, by chance, play Black Mage? Not really. Guardians and the Machina. Now, where are you guys? Trials for Shadowbringers are dealing with Gaius and this specific brand of fucked up experiments. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I'll have to think about how to actually approach it, but
Are you alright?
I don't know. I'll be fine. It is June 12th, right?
Peer into my past, did you?
A little bit.
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It does make me wonder, like, does he have the Echo? I can't recall.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds.
Like, it's curious as to what he's actually got.
My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing,
no, not Astinian,
Empire
Xenos.
is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
He has great value, Echo. Right! Xenos stole Creel's Echo. That's right, that's right. Thank you. I'm like, when did that actually happen? Stormblood's kind of a blur.
then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces.
Well, I wonder why that was written into the plot. What? I wonder where we're going.
Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask.
Krell still has
What
some
became
left.
of Gaius?
Yes.
Did he not escape with you?
No, now that you mention it, I'm remembering. Krell's voice actor really doesn't...
That he did. But we
I think
parted ways
Krell
shortly
had
after
like a
leaving
voice
Garlemald.
actor switch too.
He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention.
Let me put it this way. I think Krell's voice actor fits for the character. It does not fit for the... It does not fit for
He
her
didn't
stature.
elaborate, but the absence of some
It
device
does not
or
fit
other in
for
the capital
her
gave him
build.
reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, Garleans
Well,
do
it's
like
nice
their
to
devices.
have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riel and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
I mean, like, don't leave. You're my friend, Destinian.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
You my friend. Voice actor swap is a kick in the teeth.
Sorry, but I'm
for all
not
you remember
inclined
back
to
in
extend my contract.
all you can remember is back in
Gaius isn't the only
Born
one
when
with business
Alphino
to
was
attend
voiced
to.
by Sam Riegel. That name sounds familiar. Why does it sound familiar? The voice actor swap was mostly because like Square had to switch offices like halfway across the country, I think. And well, it's kind of too much to ask a bunch of voice actors move house to a different area just because one project is needed.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Developers, maybe, but that's because they're constantly on the project. Voice actors, not so much. Critical Role, Sam Riegel. Not gonna lie, I have no idea what else he's from, but he does a lot. Yeah, that's why I know the name, and I don't know him from Critical Role.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
Don't worry about it. He was in apparently Star Wars: The Bad Batch, Naruto's Shippuden, the TMNT series from the
I
2000s.
suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs.
Persona
In the
4, the
meantime,
animation.
why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Fate Stay Night, Shaman King, Blue Dragon, Gurren Lagann. Holy sh! The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. Fucking Digimon Data Squad? Lucky Star? Sengoku Basara Samurai Kings? Transformers War for Cybertron? Yeah, he's been in a bunch of shit that I've seen. He's not top billing, but like, he's a name. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not just stay here and rest a while? Sure, Backlog can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. He's in FF15, too. Oh god, who was he in 15? Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nova the throne? Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! You got fucking... Yeah, you got fucking punked. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. I'll take a sip. Not you. Your soul is... Who are you? Behold, before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiac. My man's gonna try to fight Zodiac? You're kidding. Meanwhile, in Yulmore... Oh yeah, they give us a lot... I keep forgetting that, like, expansions at this point give us a shitload of, Like a shitload of cutscenes to... Should be happening... Yeah. But like they give you a shitload of cutscenes because you're gonna have to wait a month for more content, so here's what you should be expecting next. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Maybe eat Zodiac as an afternoon stack, then do the whole Shinryu thing again? Oh yeah. Free Talos? Huh, we best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Is that Ardbert? Oh. Is that fucking Ardbert? Is he back? Is he, like, alive? Yes. So long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Why are we... It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Wait. That's really threatening music for a character like Ardbert. Huh. It's also a high possibility that's not actually him. I don't know. So yeah, with that, since I said I would finish this patch, I think that's the pace I'm gonna go with until we run out of patch quests, basically. God, that has my brain racing. But yeah. So, I think we're gonna keep with the pace of doing one patch per stream, which, that's not very many. That also means relatively shorter streams for the time being. I've got nothing at the moment outside of who's up at this hour. Fuck it. Fuck it, we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid Banshee. So yeah, if you stuck around for all that and enjoyed it, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. We had a really good stream today, even though it's been kind of a revolving door, but like, that's just the sign of a healthy community, ain't it? So yeah, if you would like to support the channel more directly, there are links below wherever you're watching this. Things like the Stream Elements donation link, the community Discord server, and the Throne wishlist. All of which are in the panels below or in the description. I've got nothing else at the moment, so have a good rest of your night. Thank you. Okay, thank God. Sorry, I thought I had something on but not activated all stream. That's my bad. Thank you.